Hello and welcome to Walking and Talking. Hello, my internet friends. Welcome to Walking and Talking, the show where I walk and talk. This is the part where I have to start talking from nothing, basically. And that's always takes a little effort, a little willpower to just conjure something out of nothing. Normally I have some once you're started, then you got something to go off of. It's really cold by this cave. It's a geo refrigeration unit, and there's fog coming out of the cave. But let's not get bogged down with specifics. Is it getting bogged down? What's the problem with talking about my surroundings? What is that about? Why does it seem like I want to leave the world somehow? It's like as if I want to just disappear. Or detach from the world, or something like that. That's not really true. I guess I just want to focus on what I refer to as internal process, but as I've said many times before, focusing on either external or internal, I think, is a false dichotomy. This is me repeating myself. I've paused again, and what's going on? Still some work going on here. I'm working to keep talking. This is weird, isn't it? It's so interesting that you're watching this to me. It's really interesting. And I'm really happy that you're watching it. It like confirms something for me. Just that it just confirms that like the type of experience that I have is not, I'm not the only one that has it. I think I mean, I have my specific subjectivity, my specific point of view on the world that's unique and nobody else can have. But I think the fact that you are watching this indicates at least some shared experience. Well, there's at least a shared language. And it would seem that our worldviews are not too different from each other. You can at least kind of comprehend some of what I'm saying. At least some of it. I thought just now, this is a little bit boring so far. It's a little bit meandery. Nothing particularly interesting about anything I've said so far, it seems. But as I say that, it hints at a possibility of something interesting happening in the future of this video, as always tends to be the case. I'm remembering the time just leading up to starting this video. And I remember it as just an experience like the doldrums. Nothing really sticks out about that memory as being desirable at all, you know? Just kind of like just going through life without pleasure or excitement. But now I'm doing this, and some thoughts come into my mind that seem to hold out some kind of possibility of excitement or discovery or interest in being alive. Like the fact that I'm making this video contributes to me more interest in being alive and interest in discovering what the future might hold. When I think about the duration ahead of me, it seems long in my mind. Perhaps partly because my body is already a little bit tired. But It's a physical kind of soreness. Um, Mentally, I feel pretty level, I guess. Pretty average, I would say. I had the thought now about smiling while I talk, because I remember past episodes where I did that, but don't have so much desire to do that right now. It would feel contrived, and even though sometimes contrivance seems called for, it doesn't feel called for right now. And I immediately judged that sentence as being kind of uninteresting, or yeah, kind of like filler talk. I mean, it's all filler talk. Every time I say something that I think that I've said before in walking and talking, I feel a little shame, or a slight tinge of self-disgust. That's maybe an extreme word to use, but it feels uninteresting, and I don't feel good when I notice myself repeating something that I've said before. So, what's the next thing that I'm gonna say? It better be original. I mean, everything that we can say is in some sense repetition. It's recombination. I just want to provide you with a fresh experience, an experience that grants you this interest in life and interest in what the future may hold. I don't want you to feel bored, really. But I want you to know it's okay if you feel bored. You won't feel bored forever. Walking, talking is like boring until it's not. So if you do feel bored, I kind of recommend just letting yourself feel bored for a while, and then eventually you're going to notice that you're not bored anymore, that you're interested. Maybe you're interested now. I don't know. Maybe not yet. Maybe that's a little too soon. Am I interested yet? It's a little too soon to tell. Do you ever do the thing where you recount to yourself what you're grateful for? I feel grateful that I'm, not being disemboweled or tortured or in prison or fighting with someone or Yeah, I feel really grateful that I'm not fighting with someone right now. I feel grateful that I'm not in battle or in the army. You know, like deployed somewhere. And it's kind of amazing that I'm able to do this walking and talking. I mean, it's all right, I guess. It's not that amazing. Anybody could do it if they just don't do the other things that they would have been doing. That's all it takes to do anything, is to not do something else. What about silence? Is that okay? I think I just for the first time in this video started to reflect more closely on the sound of my own voice, and in that way where it feels a little bit foreign, where you feel a little bit removed from it as an observer. And also, while I was saying that sentence, I had this sensation of just being, it feeling kind of surprising what I'm doing, like just kind of like realize what I'm doing right now and being like wow, that's weird what I'm doing, like, and that it feels new, kind of. Oh, I think these are oyster mushrooms. Cool. Yeah, I think they are. I think these are golden oyster mushrooms. An edible delicacy, but they'll get a little bit larger if we wait. Gotta wait just a day or two. It felt like I had this moment where doing this felt like totally new and surprising, as if it were the first time I was doing this, like the first time ever. Even talking itself felt like a totally new endeavor, and it was almost like, is it possible for me to even talk, to be able to form words to communicate my thoughts? That seems impossibly complicated, but here I am doing it. Does that sound like something somebody on psychedelics would say? I'm not on drugs. I just don't do them, really. I don't do them at all, except the occasional chocolate bar. I don't mean some kind of like psychedelic chocolate. I just mean regular chocolate. That's a drug. And then I do stuff like this. Walking and talking has its own way of inducing an altered mind state. But it's one that's... I enjoy that an altered mind state tends to happen just by, doing a really normal thing, but doing it for a long time uninterruptedly. It's just like you can do a vlog or something, but then the process of vlogging itself becomes psychedelic if you just do it for a long time. But it's not about achieving some kind of psychedelic state, or is it? You got to be prepared to do it and not achieve anything. To not come with a mindset of getting anything out of it. The mindset is just is like you just do it. Not really for a reason. And that's setting out already with an open mind. Because you're not attached to any aspect of what you're doing. You don't seek out some particular experience and then cling to it even after it's over. Because then you're kind of shutting yourself off to the present. Because you're projecting into your memory or into your future anticipation. Elevating in your mind some particular mind state, some particular quality of being that's not how you are right now. Like, my mind state right now is not... it just feels normal, I can think about the past and think about the future and think about logic and think about myself as a person in the world and how to go through the world and how to plan ahead. And that's fine. I could remain in this mindset for the whole 4 hours and that would be fine. That might even be an interesting endeavor to try, actually. Like, in all these other episodes of Walking and Talking, it's as if I'll enter into some like timeless state where I see through the illusion of time, and I understand time as merely a function of my own mind's projections. it's like that happens so often. But now I'm thinking like it'd be a really interesting endeavor to just walk and talk for 4 hours and just, you know, not do that. Just like, just continue with like a total like everyday state of mind. It's like I think that's what I'm gonna like maybe go for here and see what happens. And so for you watching this video, I'm telling you that you're not going to I'm not promising, nor even am I even striving to really alter your mind state. But it's true that even in what I'm saying, and even in this approach of seeming to accept this normal mind state, like that in itself, that might actually be different than normal already. So it's paradoxical. Boy, it's buggy out today. It's paradoxical because it's like, you know, it's actually like striving for something else is kind of our normal mind state. It's the typical mind state, is looking for something other than what we have now. That's what I think that's what we spend most of our times experiencing. So that's kind of like, I mean, if I'm gonna try and maintain a normal mind state for 4 hours, that means that I gotta try and continue in this feeling of wanting something else. And I can admit to like having experiences here, or components of my present experience, that I guess I can imagine feeling better without, like the soreness in my body. Like I can imagine if that were gone and I felt no soreness or something. But, you know, as I say that, it's like I also I'm not really honestly yearning for that. I'm just kind of like, because I mean, it's more truthful to say that I feel, you know, accepting of whatever soreness is in my body at the moment. And I could imagine like some like seemingly perfect life circumstance, like I don't know, like being in love and being ultra wealthy or something, or being in love, ultra wealthy, and having lots of accolades and respect, being loved by the whole world or something like that. But then, you know, as I like imagine that and then I state that, that kind of idea of desire just feels totally silly. Just because it's like that's an imagined scenario that is just like it's something that's removed from causation, you know, like imagining that I'm like somehow magically put into that scenario without any effort, without facing any difficulty that is also associated with those things, is just becomes very plainly fallacious to me, like plainly just not concurrent with how reality works. It's like to want something like that means like from like, you take your current state, your and which is, the present moment, plus whatever life narratives you are entertaining at the moment, and then you project towards some future where you are, kind of, or even like, an alternate present where you're kind of magically placed in some ideal scenario that seems desirable. It's like what that desire is actually is to like have gone through the difficulty of whatever it would have taken to get to that scenario, like it's like you don't just like get gratification without any difficulty, it's like how would that realistically happen? Like you won the lottery and a beautiful person fell in love with you, and somehow people respected you a lot more or something, and the world loved you. But it's like things don't just like occur easily like that. And even when things do occur easily, like when people win the lottery, it doesn't make them happier for very long, It's like I think there's some like statistics out there that they kind of measured people's like overall happiness and satisfaction with their life after A, winning the lottery, and B, like becoming paralyzed for life. And then it's something after something like a year or a couple years or something like that, like just that, it's like they're both at the same level again. They just, your happiness level tends to neutralize regardless of your situation. It's like desiring happiness and gratification is almost the same as desiring pain and suffering. It's like you don't get one without the other. And people, but we tend to sometimes be a little limited in how we in like which side of those things we actually acknowledge, like if you see somebody that like seems like really satisfied and happy with their life, I can guarantee you that there's like this other side to that probably involves like a lot of hard work, or they're like hard work in some capacity, in some form, or like there's a type of you could call it suffering, or you could call it just the experiencing of the empty side of reality, of the negative side of things, in order to get to the positive. And it also can be the case that someone who seems very happy and satisfied with their life is actually something more like content, which means it's not that they're like experiencing bliss all the time or joy. It's that they can experience the pain of life and have a kind of wisdom about it that lets them outwardly, still not like be spreading that pain or expressing it in a way that affects other people. It's like you can be having like a not great day, and then somebody asks you how you are, you're like, pretty good, or something like that, or like, not bad, or or yeah, can't complain, or something like that. And while on one hand it may seem disingenuous, just like politeness, there's also something pretty profound about that. Like there's a wisdom present in there, I think. Like the people that have the things that you desire, it's probably something like they've had to work really hard to get them and experience a lot of pain to get them and to maintain them, and or B, they have them and it doesn't really make them happy. It's like they don't have the some perpetual state of happiness that you might imagine would be granted by being super wealthy or something like that, or in love, or with a long-term partner, or with a job, or particular job, or whatever it is, or spiritual enlightenment or something. It's like, this is all to say that envy isn't a necessary emotion for you. Or maybe it is, but it's like, what envy would kind of naturally propel would be working in some way, i.e. experiencing pain or experiencing difficulty, or yeah, confronting some thing that appears as a hardship, in order to obtain something desired. There's so many bugs out. There's so many mosquitoes, but I'm so hot. Oh no. Oh, there's like a cloud of mosquitoes here. I wanted to take my shirt off, but I gotta keep moving. They're extra incentive for me to not stop walking. I think that pain or I could say, like, alternately the fullness and the emptiness of reality you can experience in almost any form. The form that they take doesn't really have a bearing on the amount that you'll experience each, the amount and the degree to which you'll experience each. Hey, red effed. This is the first one of the day. Gotta keep moving now. I wonder if those things eat mosquitoes. I bet they would if they could catch them. We have all these options in our life, choices to make. And you can choose what to do. It's basically choices between the form in which your life will manifest. It's kind of just the form in which you'll experience emptiness and fullness, or the combination thereof, or them not being two distinct things. Of course, they being totally linked, they being a continuum of the same thing, they being really the same thing. But it takes some kind of wisdom and faith to stay cognizant of that and to act accordingly. Especially in the and the doing hard things, doing difficult things. What's required to do difficult things is just an unwavering faith that emptiness and form are not separate. And everybody knows this in one way or another. And it can just take the form of like doing something, like doing work in order to achieve an outcome, or simply to get paid and get the reward of getting paid, and whatever happiness or ease or comfort or fullness that money is able to afford. Or if it's not for money, then just to achieve some kind of desired goal. I got a mosquito bite. At least one. It feels like a couple. It would be desirable, it would be desirable for me to take off this second layer, but then I would be more exposed to mosquitoes. So actually it's not desirable. Actually it's desirable to keep it on. If my attitude, or not so much my attitude, but my energy level seems a little low, or if I seem kind of vaguely glum or something, I want you to rest assured that that's not exactly what I'm feeling to begin with. To be honest, I feel, I don't know. Maybe I do feel slightly more towards the empty side of reality. Like maybe I do feel slightly towards the sadder side of things, but not very extremely, and I'm more or less accepting of my state, knowing that it's partly due to just physical exhaustion, not from walking and talking yet, but just from exercise done in recent days. And so I feel accepting that my body is still recovering, and at the end of that recovery should feel more healthy and energetic than before. It was a good kind of exercise. That strained my muscles in an ergonomic way. Such to lead towards muscle gain. but and then, you know, kind of like my outlook. So there's kind of like that energy level that I might be displaying here. But then there's my outlook, which seems pretty stable, I guess I would say, or yeah. It's like I was, and I seem to be, I feel like I'm achieving the goal that I set out for of not looking to achieve any particular mind state, you know? It still feels pretty everyday mind, not, you know, just not different from, you know, I guess whatever I'm imagining the normal to be. If you excuse me, I'm gonna set you down here while I relieve my bladder. Not to be rude, I mean, I've done it in the past where I'll just continue holding the camera with me while I pee, and I think I've done it where I've even stopped it and then restarted it after I pee. This is somewhere in between where I just like get a little farther away from you so that you're not like hearing the tinkle sound as directly. But it's, you know, even in the moments that I stopped to do that, the swarm of mosquitoes started catching up with me. Wow, there's even a mosquito like on my stick, on my selfie stick. So I definitely gotta keep walking and not too slow. Yeah, just kind of thinking about how I present emotionally and how I feel inside. Because if I think about people who present super cheerfully, I wonder what that experience is like, you know, to present super cheerfully like, I don't know if it's probably not all the time. I'm sure it's not all the time, but like a waiter at a restaurant, or a waiter, waitress, whatever. You know, a person that you interact with, maybe in a professional capacity, and they appear very happy. Does that require a form of effort? Maybe sometimes it does, maybe sometimes it doesn't. But like, we appreciate it, you know? I appreciate that. I appreciate interacting with a person who seems positive. Generally speaking. I mean, sometimes it becomes apparent that it is kind of actually disconnected from reality, though, and then at that point it becomes very concerning. Yeah, like when when somebody seems to present a level of positivity that seems incongruous with reality, then I get a little worried. Because it's like, when that happens, then like the negative side of reality is like being ignored or not acknowledged or something, and it's gonna come back to bite them in the ass. And maybe you too, if you're involved with that person. It's like, don't be careful about just kind of like going along with someone else's positivity if it really does seem kind of incongruent with reality. Trust your own point of view as well. And I don't mean like always trust your emotions, your impulses, because those are often, most of the time, they're like coloring your perception, and they're fleeting filter over reality. But like once you develop a certain wisdom about your own emotions, like to be able to be like sad and be aware that you are temporarily perceiving reality through the filter of sadness, and so your life narratives and the things that you think are temporarily affected by that, and they don't represent some eternal objective reality. So once you develop certain wisdom to that, and it goes for the other way around too, that like when you're feeling very happy and positive, to be aware of that and be aware that that is also a filter over reality that is temporary. So once you develop that kind of wisdom, it becomes easier to perceive those things in another person as well. Like you might encounter other people who are really swept away by their emotions and seem totally oblivious to the fact that their emotions fluctuate. It's like when they're positive and happy, it's like it's as if they believe that like the world is this like totally marvelous place and will be forever, and that their life is perfect, and that they've arrived in life, and that they've like found the answer to happiness forever. And then like at some point later, it might be a couple weeks, it might be a couple days, might be one day, could even be a few hours or something later, they'll be in a equally negative state of mind and just completely despondent, and their outlook on the world is like completely shifted, and it's as if everything has gone wrong and the whole world is against them, and there doesn't seem to be any awareness of that change. It's like wherever they are now, it's like they can only see reality through that filter, that emotional filter. just like, yeah, just not cognizant of the kind of ever fluctuating emotional topography of being a human. And not, not able to make decisions based on the knowledge of that fluctuation. And so if you have that wisdom, it would behoove you to follow it, even if you to listen to it, even if you are with a person who doesn't seem to possess that wisdom. I mean, or if you want, you can, totally abandon that and just go on the roller coaster ride, just like full throttle. That's a totally valid option too. Just like abandon wisdom and go for a big ride and have the high highs and the low lows. But it's actually hard, once you have the wisdom, it's actually, you can't really get rid of it, it's actually kind of hard to go backwards like that. It's possible. But it feels destructive to do that. It feels like self-destructive to like have that wisdom and then like, try to, it's like you don't really get rid of it, you just kind of bury it or ignore it. But I think what happens maybe more often is like people don't trust it really. Because they see everybody else behaving without it. This is nice. I haven't really walked and talked in like farm field area before. I wish there were some berries to eat though. So checking in on my own mind state, it still feels totally normal. And I feel actually like I've been able to just talk in a pretty natural way. Maybe it has something to do with my, my physical energy level, like not being super high. So I'm just like maybe kind of not wanting to like expend a huge amount of effort, mentally, but also it's like just realizing that it's not really necessary, that it's perfectly fine to just remain in this normal everyday mind state, and it actually feels quite comforting to be able to accept that, to just kind of like let go of the desire for some kind of transcendent experience. Or, you know, any kind of like altered mind state. And I imagine that if you are watching this video for any significant duration, that some similar process is probably taking place, because, you know, it's not exciting exactly. It's not holding out some promise of some kind of enlightenment. Or any gain, really. But I guess I have been saying things that, well, I've been talking about certain kind of wisdom or something, but I imagine that these are things that at some base level we already know these things, you know? Like, you, at some level, you already knew everything that I've said so far. And so maybe it's just kind of like confirming or bringing it to light. Or maybe there's, you know, there might be things you disagree about or something, or a different interpretation. But like, you know, if a normal state of mind, by which I mean just the one that we're usually in, is like of looking, of searching, of yearning for something, and that is totally normal. It's like that's what the feeling of time passing comes from. It's like the experience that we have of time passing is like very closely linked to our emotional experience of want. And so that was probably something that was at play when you clicked on this video, you know? There's, you know, it was some kind of feeling of want when you clicked on the video. And I don't know if this is exactly satisfying, that feeling of want. Maybe it is. I can imagine it possibly, you know, like relaxing that feeling, or soothing that feeling, or even just like kind of an acceptance that that's kind of the general nature of being a person, and that's okay. So kind of like being able to accept that want for some period, that wanting state, maybe. I would say that I feel relaxed. I feel content. I think contentness can actually be scary for some people. Contentment. Because of it being like an actually unfamiliar feeling. That we get so used to this cycle of bliss and despondency going back and forth, that if you encounter something that's just kind of like in the middle and is like contentment, that actually like it feels in some way like actually sustainable, and it feels, you know, almost what's scary about it is like hello, hi. Kind of what's scary about it, I think, is like I don't know, like the long view of it, the clarity that it can actually afford. But it doesn't offer you any like, you know, like solid like thing to grasp towards in the future. It's like to actually like have contentment, like kind of means letting go of this like grasping feeling of like whatever, you know, whatever form it is that you thought was going to give you happiness. Contentment is concurrent with like the realization and the wisdom that it's not that like no form is gonna grant you any permanent happiness. And so that can be a very difficult thing to accept. But it comes with the realization and the wisdom that like that nothing's gonna make you permanently miserable either. You're not gonna have any permanent unhappiness. You know, it evens out. And then you have this like this neutrality. But the thing about the neutrality is like it kind of, for me, it kind of like alters my experience of time. Like if you're not polarized between these such strong feelings of like wanting something or not wanting something, of like craving or hating something or someone, wanting someone, hating someone, wanting something, hating something, wanting a different life situation, rejecting your current life situation. If you're not like polarized between those dualistic feelings, the feeling of passing time is like the experience of the passage of time is not as strong. And time can become a little bit more transparent. It can be like, it's a little bit easier to see. It's a little bit easier to experience reality in a timeless way. But that itself, I think, can be also maybe scary for people to accept, because it's just if it's like a different experience. But for me, it's like feels like a very natural type of experience. It feels actually like a returning or a remembering to a natural state. It feels more like clouds clearing from the sky and seeing the sky. Whoa, what kind of mushrooms are on that? I feel tempted to walk into that yard and check those mushrooms out. But I guess I won't. And it's like, in the extreme form, I mean, not really extreme, but it's almost like, it almost feels a little bit like also like accepting death, or like dying to some extent, but then in that process, like realizing the falsity of death as well. It's like or just realizing death as being another changing of form. And but then like with the experience of, to be able to experience time, to be able to experience reality without the passage of time, being this opaque force that you're being dragged along on. how can I say this? Even language, even the language is bound up in the passage of time. I gotta be careful now, not to get into an altered state of mind, which was like maybe where I was starting to head, but just to stay, in a completely normal state of mind, as per my goal. But a way to articulate this. It's like when you stop, when the future and the past lose their like kind of concrete reality to you, or the projection of the future and the past becomes this like less weighty thing, or like it becomes a little more transparent than it's like the present moment kind of like, I don't know, you fall into you fall into the present moment in a really expansive way, and like the present moment like kind of expands to be all of reality, and I don't know, is that real? I might be bullshitting, or I might be saying, yeah, I don't know. I guess I'm not afraid of death is what I'm trying to say here. I can say that with like relative certainty or something, but then I can say that, and then at the same time, to some extent, actually I am afraid of death. It seems like it's going to be painful, but as I say that, I feel pretty like, as I say that I'm afraid of death and afraid of the pain that it might involve, I actually feel fine with it again. The pain will just be another experience, and then it'll be over. And this experience of passing of time will be over. And then that's like when you enter like the big neutral, the ultimate neutral. Ultimate neutrality is really not being alive. While you're still living, you're never going to be 100% neutral all the time. You'll be neutral to the extent that you're comfortable enough. It's like living is kind of synonymous with not being neutral. They're just things you have to do to stay alive, and you can't not do them. And the these feelings of desire are not separate from, they're not totally separate from the things that you need to maintain life. Sometimes they get kind of out of hand, the feelings of desire. But the emotional experience of the passage of time is also very much intertwined with just like the necessary life functions, eating, drinking. Speaking of which, I think I'll drink some water. I feel a little hot in these layers, and my back is sweaty from wearing this backpack, but that's the best thing to do with all these mosquitoes around. Yeah, still pretty normal state of mind. Even doing very normal things such as speculating about the future, imagining different future scenarios. It's a really normal thing to do. Remembering things that happened in the recent past. This is very normal. But then at some points it's like such a normal mindset that it feels weird. It feels abnormal. Well, it feels abnormal to like acknowledge how normal it is. And it's interesting, like, have you ever like stayed in a just totally normal mindset for 4 hours? Well, I'm sure you have, because that, that's almost by definition like what's, your default mind state is by definition, that's what I'm considering normal. And so, you've been in your normal mindset for, all your life, you could say. I don't know. Even altered states of mind are, could be, depends on how broad you're considering normal. They could be considered part of your normal experience too. Especially now, like, if you've had some, kind of peak experience or, altered mind state or something that sticks out in your memory. Well, now it's a part of your memory, and now it's a part of your normal experience. Yeah, those memories just like, it just becomes a memory, which is like a totally normal part of your present experience. That was very refreshing, that water with lime juice in it. The lime juice just makes it so much more desirable to drink. I drink water. I'll drink more water if there's some lime juice in it. Man, my body is tired though. Like, my back is tired and my legs are tired. From lifting weights. I lifted weights. I do that sometimes. Mostly for self-image reasons. Is this normal to be like telling you about that? It's abnormal for walking and talking. It's very abnormal for walking and talking. But it feels normal for me as a person, which is, what I am. Just a person here, walking and talking for a long time. Just doing something totally normal just for a long time. And also, it's normal to be different on YouTube. You got to establish your difference, your uniqueness, your brand. It's very normal to do something that appears abnormal to define your brand, to distinguish it. Walking and talking, the channel that will give you nothing. That's not really true. Also, everything. Everything you need. Everything you need is here. Like, I could stop talking for a long time and just walk silently, but I don't even really feel a desire to do that. I don't feel tired of talking, really. I feel neutral about it, to be honest. And it's not ambivalent. They're similar but different concepts. Neutrality and ambivalence. Hat tip to my friend that I had who brought this to my attention recently. That neutrality is not the same as ambivalence. The difference is maybe subtle. I'm not even sure if I can explain it. Maybe, I don't know, maybe neutrality is more about my emotional involvement with something. Meaning, regardless of whether I do something or not, I'm not, my emotional state isn't heavily tied into the outcome or something like that. As ambivalence kind of implies having I guess like no stake in a decision whatsoever, and a kind of not being interested in making a decision or something, like not inserting a preference into a decision or something like that. I don't know. Like walking and talking, something I'd keep deciding to do over and over again. So I'm not ambivalent about doing it, you know. I'll choose over and over again to do it. But I am fairly neutral about it. Meaning it's not something that leads me to any extreme bliss or pain. I mean, especially not this time, but as I say that, I also have to, acknowledge that I'm feeling pretty content doing this. But, then again, like contentment, that kind of plays in, that's, pretty related to neutrality. Well, there still is, there still is an interest in just being involved in the world. That I pursue through walking and talking. A desire to connect with people and communicate with people. A way to express my point of view and see if it resonates with others. I mean, I don't get that much feedback, so it's it's not like it's not really an equal communication, not a true dialogue. But I can get some indication of whether this is communicating to people or not. And it seems like it is communicating to some people. To you, it's communicating to you right now. Obviously. Wish there were some berries to eat. There's no mulberries on that tree. But boy, is this a pleasant environment to be in. I really am enjoying being on the edge of these farm fields and the overcastness and the like enjoying the dampness and the possibility that it might rain a little bit. I'd actually really welcome a light rain. Maybe it would cool things off a little. It's humid though. It's humid and a little bit hot, or I feel a little bit hot in these layers. And my legs are tired and my back is tired. But I'm not getting eaten by a ton of mosquitoes. And hopefully my legs and back are sore because they're getting stronger. And more swole. See, we can have a little humor in here. It's perfectly normal to disrupt the neutrality a little bit. Did it disrupt anything? I don't know. I don't think so. I feel so pleasant being here though. All the little red berries that you see are just honeysuckle berries and they're not edible. You know, I would say that my only complaint is that there's no ripe berries to eat, but as soon as I think that, well, then I think, well, I'm not starving to death. I'm thankful for that, or being disemboweled, or any of those other bad things. There's lots of elder flowers. Those will turn into berries before too long. All those white flowers. And we're just, just making some observations on my physical environs. Is that a word, environs? Is it different? Is it any different from environment? Does it imply more specific locality? Just a little bit of silence here. That's fine. Still feeling normal and content. Normal and content and soar. Some people don't want to let you be content. They need to like pin you down as being either blissful or unhappy. Like they can only seem to think in those binaries, and they need to seem to always know whether you are happy or unhappy. And they can't seem to conceptualize an emotional state that's kind of neither, or kind of ambiguous. But that's just content, you know? People that don't really know contentment have a hard time accepting it in other people. Excuse me for a moment. I thought I was gonna hawk a loogie, but there wasn't enough there. Will contentment lead to inaction? Will it lead to me just not talking? I don't think so. It's like kind of I'm still committed to my structure, you know, that I've imposed on myself. And I feel actually content within it, in the process of completing it. Even though if there's like discomforts, like, you know, this tiredness, this physical tiredness may, I imagine, be gradually increasing throughout the duration, but so it could get difficult in that respect. The talking though feels really sustainable. It feels like a really sustainable rate to be talking, and this this kind of realization that I had early on in this video, that I didn't have to achieve any kind of special mind state, has been really nice. It, you know, alleviates a certain kind of pressure. And then, like, in some way you could say that this is a special kind of mind state to feel content like this, but it also, you know, it can contain all those typical things that we experience, like desire or discontentment. You know, even it can even be like, it can even contain like minor complaints about my tired back or something like that, or tired legs. But without, you know, disturbing the general feeling of contentment. I feel like I've said that word a lot now. I need a thesaurus or something. This seems like a place where there should be a lot of berries to eat. You know? Like the edge of the woods seems like a place where berries should be growing. But all I see is like honeysuckle berries. There's some brambles here. There's some blackberries that aren't ripe. Yeah, there's actually there's a bunch of blackberries. Spoke too soon. They're just not ripe. They're all still green. But then, you know, that would also involve wading into that thicket, which there's just too many ticks around here to do that. But here's like some cress or something. I think that's cress. And then we got some wood sorrel. Just lemony. Oh yeah, that's pretty refreshing. The lemony flavor of this. Disrupt the sensual monotony. It's not total sensual monotony, but disrupt the olfactory monotony. I don't really watch these videos myself. I can't really stand it looking at myself and listening to myself for very long. I just watch them just enough to make sure there's no errors, but I don't generally enjoy listening to myself talk very much. Maybe you're the same. And when I do watch them, I'm like, feel a kind of, you know, self-conscious emotion that doesn't want to post them. But I, you know, like I'll have a thought like this whole thing is really dumb and narcissistic or something. But I just kind of like override that thought and post it anyway. Having some kind of faith that the experience of another person watching me is not the same as my own experience of watching myself. Here's some like wine berries, maybe? Some form of, or no, they might be black raspberries actually. Not ripe yet, of course. Here's some a little further along. There it was. You know, this like this sort of physical tiredness, I also kind of hope that it's involved in a recalibration too. Because I've been eating really healthy. I've been like on a pretty regimented diet where I'm not eating any grains or sugar or legumes or dairy or alcohol in any form. So I'm basically eating carbs from vegetables, which is mainly squash and sweet potatoes, and some meat, which is like I'm eating like grass-fed beef, like, you know, really fancy. Well, not like in a fancy form. It's just, it's, I guess you could say it's fancy that in that it's grass-fed, and like avocados and other vegetables, and a little bit of fruit and a little bit of nuts. There was a day or two when I went a little overboard on the nuts, and that, you know, that didn't do my digestion very well. But overall, it's been a fairly even energy level, although like in the past few days I've maybe felt a little bit low energy. But like my hope is that like if I get through this whatever period of feeling a little bit low energy, that like my body will kind of recalibrate to have, you know, a very steady energy level on this diet. And then because I have felt some good effects of it, like not craving food very much, being able to go a long time without eating and not feeling hungry or tired, and like less propensity to eat in an emotional manner, you know, less propensity to snack on stuff, and then just like feeling over like generally a sense of well-being. And then like there's one day where I kind of like broke the diet and ate like 3 chocolate chip cookies, not huge, not big ones, but like, you know, 3 kind of normal sized chocolate chip cookies that were, you know, at an event. They were, you know, free at an event, and then like everybody's leaving, the event was ending, and it's like all this food's gonna go to waste, and then I hate seeing food go to waste, so it's like and I'm in a jovial spirit, so I was like, yeah, I want to eat, why not, you know, say fuck it and just eat a few cookies. So that's like one, you know, straying from this diet. And then I kind of like wonder if, and then like, you know, in the day or two following, I was like feeling kind of depressed in general, and like just like, you know, having like depressing life narratives like flowing over my mind. And I can't help but wonder if there's a link there. It's like the healthier I eat, the more sensitive my body and my mood gets to derivations from healthy eating, you know. Deviations. And so, you know, it's, I guess the idea is like stay on this diet for long enough and like maybe get through the periods of my body and mind adjusting to it, and then like hopefully have a better overall energy level and mood. And I think I feel like it's working. It's like pretty, you know, like today I was saying I'm like, you know, maybe like slightly lower than like average in terms of energy level, but it's also due in large part to the reality of being physically sore from working out. Oh hey, that pigeon just like jumps right out in my field of vision. It's like, wow, really beautiful. Yeah, due in large part to having done like a really big workout. Somebody has a vegetable garden here. There's spinach, a little bit of basil, eggplant, tomatoes, peppers, kale, nasturtium. This is like this is probably the best place to just chill for a moment, because I can sit somewhere without worrying about ticks getting on me and getting Lyme's disease. You know, it's like, it's low, but it's stable. Low, like, it's only slightly low. It's a slightly low but stable energy, like energy levels like stabilizing out, and hopefully that means at some point in the future it'll be a high energy level and stable. Oh, it's time to restart the video. Is this not the most relaxed walking and talking video? I feel so relaxed, but you know, just not still on task, I guess, at least. And this feels really nice because I can take my backpack off and there's a breeze blowing on my back, so it's like airing out my sweaty back. Oh, and there's no mosquitoes because of this breeze. That's really nice. This is the best place to sit that I could ask for. That sounds positive, right? That's like a positive interpretation of my situation. Almost too positive. And it's the midway point, which means like time to turn back after this. How perfect, you know? Like this perfect chill bridge occurs right at the midway point of the episode. A perfect resting spot. Like, why, you know, there's a question, why am I resting, you know? Isn't this supposed to be like some kind of test of endurance? I don't really care about I don't know. At the moment, I don't exactly care about proving endurance in terms of walking. I'm just like, you know, I guess the talking part's the more interesting part. but I also don't feel I don't feel a huge amount of pressure to talk so continuously and fast. This feels about the right pace for me. No need to, no need to make my life hell. Or, it wouldn't make my life hell, It'd be interesting too. But just this is interesting. This this thing of having just just letting a normal mind state persist. What does this bee want? Am I blocking your hole or something? Jeez, leave me alone. Sometimes it's like a carpenter bee and you're actually just blocking its hole, but it doesn't seem to be the case here. Well, I guess I'll start walking again. As pleasant as this is. I wonder if I did take off this layer, if I would get eaten by mosquitoes. I'll try rolling the sleeves up. I'll drink some water. Let me give you a better point of view. I'm curious how you watch these videos. If you do something else while you're watching them, if you fall asleep to them, if you just watch them straight up without doing anything else. How about this? I imagine this is a little bit of a relief. I'll get out of your face for a moment. We're just chilling. Across from each other. Some thoughts coming into my mind about maybe I should be more entertaining.
animated? Maybe, maybe I have enough energy to be more animated. What should I do? But then it's like, if I have this thought that I should be more animated, it's hard to do. Like I should be spontaneous. Do something funny. Where does that come from? If I had like drinking a green tea or something, I'd probably be a lot funnier. But that's not what I'm doing here. I'm recalibrating. Doing things the hard way, the long way. Of abstinence. Abstinence from mind altering substances. And abstinence from mind alteration itself. Although it's not true, your mind's always being altered every moment, anyways. Whatever. This is just super chill. We could do this all day. I gotta pee soon. Just warning you. But here, let me tell you this. A good thing about me not being that funny is like it doesn't like put any kind of pressure on you to be funny either. It's like if I see somebody who's really funny, sometimes I'm like, fuck, I'm like so unfunny. I really need to be funny. So consider this like an asset, and that I'm not gonna make you feel bad for not being funny. There's a high likelihood that you're more funny than I am. So, I'll just let you have that. You win. You are funny. That pigeon is still over there. Just hanging out in the same spot. It's like you and me. We're just chilling. Is it odd to cross my legs like this? For men? Is it weird for men to cross their legs like this? I kind of like it. But you do it for a while, and your this leg gets tired, or it gets starts to like fall asleep, and then you have to switch. But that's fine. Or you can, we're supposed to do like this. Like this is like man spreading, right? Or like that.
There's a horse over there. I kind of thought it was a bear at first. What a great chill spot, you know? No mosquitoes, no ticks. There's a beautiful white pigeon and a horse. How ideal. And this amazing rusty trestle. Is it a trestle or is it a bridge? It's a bridge. What's a trestle? That's the thing that holds up the bridge. Are these things trestles? We're just like, you know, spending time. How to be comfortable just spending time. Letting time pass. We'll start walking really soon, I promise. We'll start heading back. I'm gonna put my backpack on and I think go look for a place to pee. I'm waiting for these two people. I'm actually waiting for these two people to cross the bridge so that I can go over by where they are and take a pee. They don't seem like they're going anywhere anytime soon. There's the pigeon, still just hanging out. I might take a little bit of this kale. I'm assuming, you know, just a little bit. I'm assuming this is here for public consumption. Oh, I almost forgot my water bottle.
Can you take a photo, please?
Oh, sure.
Thank you very much. Straight. Thank you very much.
All right, let's head back. There's two horses, a big one and a small one. Was that infantilizing you to say there's a big horse and a small horse?
Well, I suppose
To-
what I should have done.
Hi.
Hi.
Just to you know, point out animals, is that infantilizing? Infantilizing, I mean? Oh, lots of wood nettles down there. That guy was staring at the selfie stick. Like, what the hell is that thing? This episode is like I don't know, it's like the normalest ever. It's like it's like the most content in normal everyday mind, you know? Like I'll say things about the environment in a normal way. I've even talked about my like life details, like in a normal way that, you know, refers to time in a normal way. Just like not trying to get out of life, you know, not trying to separate myself from life. Not giving you like any kind of emotional high, but also like you know, when you do that, you tend to create attachments too. Like giving you any kind of like emotional rush or stimulation, it usually is just gonna like, it might be gratifying for the moment, but it's like it still kind of leads to attachment to that sort of thing. You know, it's pretty, you can't really experience it without getting attachment. I think, like, if you experience the emotional high, you like have to experience the concordant low. Where's that bicycling couple? Are they gonna come up on me? I need to take a pee. So I wish they would go ahead and pass me so that they don't pass me while I'm peeing. Well, my forearms exposed by rolled up sleeves are not getting mosquito bitten yet. Is this getting boring? What's that? It's a really tiny frog. Look at how tiny that is. Really tiny frog. As tiny as a frog could possibly be. Sweet. I promise in future episodes I'll be more energetic and animated. Maybe even at some point I'll like have a matcha beforehand and I'll go nuts again. All right, I think I'm gonna go ahead and take a pee. And then, you know, at some other point, I'll be like, you know, really in some altered, timeless mind state as well. All right, going to pee. Be right back. I'm still here. I'm just over here. Trying to swat away the mosquitoes while I stay stationary for a few seconds. Tell me if the biking couple is approaching. That feels better. Ooh. Look at all the fog on that mountain. I think this is private property. Just having some pretty random thoughts. They're like, might be sort of funny if you were me and you knew the context, but they don't really need saying. What, you know, like what is this now, this episode? It's like not it's not a real special kind of talking. It's completely ordinary. It's like, what are we doing here? Other than like having this one-way communication via YouTube. It's one, you know, it's one where you can just be kind of talked to, and you can go away at any time, and I won't be bothered. I won't mind if you turn me off. I hope it's soothing though. But I imagine it probably is. I imagine that if there's any reason to keep listening to this, then it might be that it's relaxing. But I kind of hope that you have something else to do while you're listening to it, maybe. Like something to do with your hands or something. I mean, or you could be browsing the internet and just kind of having this open as a tab that you just hear. It probably would, that probably weakens the relaxing effect, I suppose. Like, you won't be able to pay very close attention while you're browsing the internet to, to language, because you're probably reading things. And it's almost impossible to read something and listen to somebody talk at the same time. I'm sure next episode will be totally different. Like, maybe I'll have drinking green tea and be going nuts, or maybe I'll be like, energetic and like really hyper focused and constant and talking quickly or something like that. But it's like, when do you ever do something for 4 hours continuously without getting into some altered mind state and like stay, a completely normal state of mind? Like, I feel more or less in the same state as I did at the beginning. So it's like, feels like an interesting sort of achievement in its non-achievement. And I'm not like being hyper self-critical either. I'm not like hyper self-aware like I usually am. Like, I can let things kind of smooth. I can let things come out without like over analyzing them or like nitpicking any kind of like minor like not absolute truth in everything that I say. Like, everything I say doesn't have to be 100% absolute truth to this very present moment. I feel comfortable existing in this state where I just, perceive time passing as normal and can describe the world in a way that is congruent with that perception of passing time. And so this episode is pretty different in that respect. It's also the only episode that's been in like an agricultural zone. Usually I'm either in the city or some park or some place more wild. This is, you know, wild in the immediate path that I'm on, but then outside of this path is all farm fields. And I really enjoy the being able to see the expanse of that. And just like being in around farm fields in at this time of year when like fruit is ripening, just holds out this kind of promise of free fruit, even though it's not really delivering at the moment. Although I did get the free kale. There was a silence where my mind started to drift a lot towards somewhat external abstractions. But yeah, so like reining it back in here a little bit, just you know, normal state of mind, but I don't want to drift into like my normal, which is like kind of thinking without talking. The talking element is like in some way the difference. And in this case, it's like the talking isn't so much producing a different state of mind, but it's a little bit different in that it just keeps me like kind of connected to the world in some way, and the fact that I'm communicating to you, and there's some constraint or impetus for me to talk about things that you can understand, that, you know, would have some meaning to you, and not the like very specific personal narratives that like you wouldn't understand because they're so specific to my life, or that I would have to, you know, explain all this context for you to understand. But, you know, I said some specific things earlier. Ooh, these are really colorful. They're not edible, but beautiful. So a little bit, you know, a little bit of silence, or at least absence of talking. Is the talking maybe starting to get like a little bit less flow? Might be, for a moment. That pile of logs like just makes me think about mushrooms, like there should be some growing out of it. There's a tent over there. So bucolic. I just want to eat some fresh fruit is like, but I think it's partly because I'm thirsty. Oh, I drank all my water. Really, really normal. I don't even have to keep saying that. I can even admit that I'm kind of looking forward to the end of this video. Not too much. It's like it's actually gone by. You know. I mean, you know, it's gone by pretty easily. There hasn't been drama really at all, which. You know, that might, maybe that makes it a little harder to like identify and get absorbed into, but this is a video, you know, that's just like about contentment, about the absence of drama, and you know, it rewards those who are able to actually accept the passage of time without drama. Or a present moment without drama. I don't want to discount drama, and like there's no judgment involved here. There's of course drama in my life, and you know, in the past, and I'm sure there will be in the future as well. Or maybe, you know, maybe there's some internal drama that I'm just not really addressing. That's possible. I guess to what extent there is, I feel content with it at the moment. But not to repeat that word ad nauseum. Ooh, it kind of looks like a chestnut tree over there. Maybe. It might be a chestnut tree, or a couple of chestnut trees, or multiple chestnut trees. That would be cool. Oh, skunk cabbage and ferns. Those are some big ferns. Am I lax? I don't know. I guess I am kind of lax. I guess in the content of this episode. But it's actually kind of like, I could interpret it also as the other way, as being really insistent on accepting a natural state of mind. Really insistent on accepting that I just don't feel a great urge to alter my state of mind. Or yours for that matter. But I mean, it is altering in some ways. Like, I don't know, we're just having this communication. So, you know, I'll have a few thoughts that I let go because they seem uninteresting, and that's like, seems like a really normal way of communicating. The woman on the bicycle seemed a little nervous going by me, perhaps because I'm like holding a big wooden stick. You know, this is that time when you kind of wish you lived on a farm. You're like, oh, I wish I lived out here. But, you know, the actuality is like you live out here and then it just becomes your normal and you're like, oh, I wish I was in the city. Or something like that. I kind of do wish I lived out here, though. At least at this moment. Except I'd have to constantly be vigilant about ticks. Wood nettles. Ooh. I see more golden oyster mushrooms. Oh yeah. Damn. I think I might harvest those. Except it does mean a little bit of bushwhacking. I mean, just like around here, anytime You go off the trail, you risk getting a tick on you, which means you risk getting Lyme's disease. But this isn't too bad. Carefully step over the poison ivy. Look at that. Wow! This log I stand on just moved. Can I do this while holding the camera steady is the real challenge. I'm holding the camera in the crook of my arm. Ooh. This episode's maybe almost ambient. This is like the early Brian Eno of walking and talking. That's not, that analogy doesn't go very far. It's not very apt. But it's not the one. It's not the episode for stimulation. If you want stimulation, go to the episode, I forget which number it is, but it's titled Formal Composition, I think. That one's really stimulating and wacky and high energy. Maybe you've seen it already though. So, but I'm sure future episodes will get wacky again. You know, normal feelings like envy, like, oh, I wish that was my house. How chill would that be? You know? That's my envy. A big house in the country. But then, you know, it's like all the things associated with getting and maintaining that, it's like, it's not really enviable. It's like you gotta then look at your own life and look at the particular freedoms and opportunities and advantages, general positive aspects of your own situation. And just the fact that you are specifically you're in your specific situation, and even the problems are yours to deal with. Like, it's why you're who you are, is to deal with the problems that have presented themselves to you. We've only just got a little bit over an hour left. Man, I started off, I came to this episode with a feeling of want, or just like, but not like specific, but like definitely experiencing more prevalently the empty side of reality, and like feeling some kind of need that I thought that this would fulfill. And what I got was totally different than what I expected. It's like I expected, well, it's different, it's different and it's not at the same time. What I expected was, that I would be facing a lot of kind of existential hardship, or some kind of like psychological difficulty in this episode, and that I would, experience the pain of that and work through it, and to some happier state. But what I've found instead, like even right at the beginning, really close to the beginning at least, was just like, apologies for repeating this word so many times, but just contentment with how I was already, and this continued feeling of contentment, actually being kind of like a fresh feeling of, like, again, that like kind of recalibration sort of thing. Those two cyclists stared at the selfie stick like, what the fuck is that thing? And they smiled politely while side-eyeing the selfie stick like, what the fuck is that thing? Gnats dive bombing my eyeballs. Yeah, kind of like, I more expected like some kind of catharsis, but then I found myself just accepting neutrality and feeling pretty, just pretty, I could say, like at home in reality. I'm gonna go back here and eat a dandelion leaf, just because they're always good to eat. They're always packed with nutrition. You can basically never go wrong eating a dandelion leaf. It's bitter. And they say bitter flavors like this start to stimulate your bile production and prepare you for digestion. So I don't know if it will. I don't know if it'll stimulate my appetite prematurely. There's a walking and talking episode for everything that you want. Not everything, actually. Actually, there's probably a lot of things that you desire that you'll maybe never get from walking and talking. Maybe. Who knows? Who knows what the future of walking and talking could hold? Who knows how far from the original concept it could stray? But, you know, it's not, you won't get instant gratification, that's for sure. Unless, you know, unless like in some far future, like walking and talking has like changed so much that it's like, it's just like a 2-minute unboxing video or something. Or, you know, it's just like a highly stimulating meme review with like fast cuts. Maybe that's the future of walking and talking. But then I'd be, you know, wouldn't I be selling out though? I'd be, it wouldn't be unique. It wouldn't have the unique defining features of the Benjamin Bennett brand, of being insanely long and boring until it's not. This one's not, it's not decidedly not boring, you know? It's not, well, it's like, it hasn't gotten painfully boring, this episode, to me. And so it hasn't gotten like, it hasn't gotten insanely interesting either. But that's fine. You know? It's neutral. Whatever. Deal with it. Whoosh. Something hopped. Ooh, chipmunk. I'm getting a little, let's see. I'm actually kind of like about as physically tired as I was at the beginning. Not significantly more. My energy level is like pretty close to what it was when I started. I'm not feeling super hungry or anything. I'm a little thirsty. I feel the soreness in my legs less. In my back, I still feel it. It's not like, you know, it's not like a bad kind of back pain that's like a condition. It's just like my back muscles being sore from working them out. So don't worry. Don't worry about me. I'll be just fine. If I say that, does it actually cause you to start worrying? I don't know. I had this thought, like just now, of like, okay, what to say now? Yeah, like, now, like, does that mean now it's getting boring? Well, that'd be exciting. Because if it starts to get boring, that's like, boring is like the process of finding what's exciting about your present situation. That's how about that for a positive reframing? So I'm saying, like, if it starts to get boring now, that's exciting, because like every time it gets boring here, then it gets really interesting after a while, you know. Boring until it's not. I haven't made a lot of eye contact. Eye contact's good, I think. Feels good. Make sure the camera's at the most flattering angle. That is straight ahead, of course. Okay, enough of that for now. But is this not a novel experience? Right? Of being this chill for this long? I don't know. I don't know what you're like. Maybe you're even more chill than me. What should I name this video? Should I call it chill the whole time? Should I call it contentment? I think that's, I don't know if I like contentment. I think that's too like, feels a little too preachy. I kind of like chill the whole time. Maybe I'll call it that. That'll, you know, that'll give you an idea of what you're in for. I see some brambles down there, I think. Unless those are just rose bushes. This episode like kind of doesn't care, but it cares, you know. It cares, but it's chill. And you can leave anytime. You can watch one of the crazier episodes or the more dramatic ones or the more trippy ones. I say trippy, but like this is actually like deeply trippy. The trippiest of all mind states is just like the total normal one. And you know, you say that, or I say that, and you think that I'm like a big like psychonaut or something, but no, I just don't do drugs. And like that's the trippy, that like, you know, normal mind is like is insane enough. Ooh, that post has like a big ass coral fungus on it. I think that white stuff on the top of that tree trunk, that broken over tree trunk, that's edible. I'm gonna eat these mushrooms when I get back. And no, they're not the psychedelic ones. They're just food. And they're delicious. They're oyster mushrooms. Golden oyster mushrooms. Well, I gotta come back here in a few weeks so I can eat berries. Maybe in like a week and a half. That was the first cyclist passed by without staring at the selfie stick. I think she just contained her curiosity. Is this one too settled though? Is it too is there no tension? How does this maintain interest? That's a really good question. You know, like why would someone, you know, I'm asking myself now, like, why would you watch? Like, where's the interest lie, like, in what's gonna happen next? That's, I don't know, like, why? But then again, it's like I don't feel an urge to like contrive a drama, you know? Like that's, I guess that's like what we do on YouTube is like, you know, create suspense, suck your attention in, and make you interested in what's going to happen next. Well, you're still watching or listening, and there's, you know, well, it's like, you know, it's true that we don't really exactly know what's going to happen next. We know it's highly likely to remain within this pretty narrow and boring parameters of walking in this place and talking. I guess within and like, you know, by the tone that this episode has taken, we're fairly certain that everything's gonna remain within a, you know, a fairly flat emotional tone as well. So I don't know if there's any interest. Maybe it's like, can that really continue? I don't know. It sure feels like it can continue, and that's almost like the scary thing about it. It's like as if this could continue forever, and that's like kind of scary. It won't, you know. It won't continue forever. Like we'll both you and I will inhabit very different mental and emotional states at other times. But it seems like by the end, it seems like, you know, we only have like less than 45 minutes left, and it's entirely realistic that the emotional topography remains virtually flat this whole episode, which, you know, goes counter to everything we think about entertainment. But, you know, I guess there's something to be said to go and counter things, to, you know, a new way of thinking about entertainment. It's almost the opposite of entertainment, but it's not educational per se. Education, you know, educational stuff is, to me, I find that as like another form of entertainment, kind of. It's entertaining to learn things. But then, you know, entertainment itself is not necessarily uneducational either. Of course, you know, we all know this. It doesn't need to be said. But, you know, this is like, this is just a window onto one person's experience being expressed through words and video. and you know how entertaining or educational it is isn't really my concern. Let's make some more eye contact for a while, shall we? Oh, but then these daisies distracted me. I feel hot though. That sounded like a deer. I am looking forward to shedding a layer and taking this backpack off and sitting down. That sounds nice. So like in past episodes, you know, even the last one I remember, like if I'd said something like that, I would maybe like either reprimand to myself or immediately veer my mind more, you know, rigidly into the present moment and like try hard to prevent myself from looking forward to the future, you know. But now I'm just like, okay, that's fine. I don't have like a desire right now to be like intensely present. But then like within that, it's like feels kind of effortless. Or, you know, even the idea of being intensely present doesn't like seem like it's fundamentally different from any other state of mind, to be honest, at the moment. Ooh, some moldy hay bales. Cool. Or straw bales. I will have to like check myself for ticks later. Ooh, blueberries, not ripe yet. That's a decent amount of blueberries. Do you like this, like how I periodically kind of switch between pointing at my face and pointing outwards? I just think it offers a little bit of relief, you know. Like one for too long starts to get uncomfortable. I mean, not that these videos aren't uncomfortable to begin with. Look at that. That looks nice and like dark. Cool. Maybe I'll explore that path in the future. I see another 2 cyclists ahead of me. Let's take some bets. Will they stare at the selfie stick? I'm betting yes. Oh, this is the couple that I took a picture of. They're gonna nod and smile. That's my bet. Okay, my bet is they won't vocalize hi, but they'll nod and smile. All right. You guess what they're gonna do, whether they're gonna say hi or not. I was wrong. The guy said hey. This episode feels almost so informal that it feels like, it kind of feels in some ways like just a replacement for normal socializing. Like, you know, replacement for just talking to a person, just because the way that I've been talking has been so normal this whole time. But it's still, you know, it's still feels pretty unique in its like extended normalcy. That's a kind of cool phrase. I like that. Extended normalcy. That's a cool bird sound. Yeah, I really like that extended normalcy. Feels like the new frontier for me. A frontier into normalcy. Just regularness. It's, you know, it's its own kind of challenge with its own kind of rewards and its own kind of trippiness. You know, once you get like, you know, once you just like don't care about like special experiences anymore, it's like, then it's like everything can be, you know, everything can be really fucking trippy, for lack of a better term. Not to put you off with, you know, drug doing hippie connotations. Yeah, I'm starting to get a little hungry. But, you know, it's about the appropriate time to start getting hungry. About half an hour left. What to say now? A little bit more eye contact. Are we having fun yet? We're chilling. We're still chilling. Chilling in the woods. Walking, talking. Shooting some hoops. Gotta keep walking so that the swarm of mosquitoes doesn't catch up. See, there's like these houses back here, and I'm like envious. What if I lived back here? Then I'd be, after a while, I'd be envious of the city slickers. And then, you know, that's when you gotta have two homes. You gotta have one getaway in the country and then one like really nice condo in the city or something. And then you need, and then, you know, so you can go back and forth. And then, oh, all this going back and forth, so tiring. Oh. Then you gotta, you know, then you gotta have a second vacation home. Then you gotta have like a helicopter to get between between all of them without the traffic. You know, all this traffic going between my homes. It's so exhausting. Then, you know, and then, you know, you like, then you gotta buy a home in a different country. And then, you know, and then it's like, you know, so you can get the most out of life. And then it's like, oh, all this jet lag flying between continents, so exhausting. My life is so hard. Sorry, I'm making fun of rich people. Sorry for that. I don't mean to make fun of rich people because, you know, check out my Patreon, you know. I love rich people. I aspire to be like you. Go visit my Patreon. Patreon.com/Benjamin Bennett. Link in the description. My plan is to get wealthy by being a life coach who will coach you about how to get wealthy by becoming a life coach who teaches people how to get wealthy by becoming a life coach. I'm going to get wealthy by becoming a financial advisor who tells you how to become wealthy. And you'll pay me a lot of money to tell you how to become wealthy. And thus I'll get wealthy. And then you'll do the same thing. And just, it'll be this continuing pyramid of wealth. Everybody will get rich. Everybody, and you know, it'll keep going. Like, you'll teach people how to, you know, I'll teach like 100 people how to get wealthy, and then each one of them will, and then I'll be wealthy, and then each one of them will teach 100 people how to get wealthy, and then they'll be wealthy, and then so on and so on. It'll expand to the whole world, and the whole world will be wealthy. It'll be great. So to get started on this, just visit my Patreon page, www.patreon.com/Benjamin Bennett. If you donate at the $50 or above level, you'll get a personal consultation with me, Benjamin Bennett, Wealth Advisor. It's $1,000. It's more than $1,000. It's invaluable. It's priceless value for only $50. It's guaranteed. I guarantee you won't regret it. It's or your money back. I'm serious. If you go to my Patreon page and donate at any level, if you regret it, I'll refund your money. I'm serious. Restrictions apply. Limited time only. Benjamin Bennett Wealth Management, Inc. Should I do a biking episode? It really goes against the title, but I could bike on this trail and talk. Rig up my camera somehow. That'd be fun, you know? Why not? Maybe it requires a little more focus on where I'm going so that I don't crash. Maybe I should do that. Should I still call it Walking and Talking? Should it still go in this series, or should it be a separate thing? Should it be on the same channel? Is my channel getting too messy now? You know, that it has, you know, it looked so nice and clean and organized and monolithic when it was just sitting and smiling. Now I've fouled it all up on purpose with Walking and Talking. I wanted to demystify the whole thing. And here we are, you know, demystify everything. I've had it with the mystique. This is just normal, you know? This is normal vlog, just long. That's it. Nothing special. Other than, you know, Benjamin Bennett's signature duration. Here, I'll give you a little bit more distance. Is that relieving? I mean, look at this cool, like, hippie encampment or whatever it is. They got like a wood-fired pizza oven or something over there. I'm so envious. There's like a stage. What is that? Is that somebody's private residence or what? Why can't I hang out there? Get to know people. hang out and have some pizza, get bitten by mosquitoes, cover myself with off. Who do you think hangs out there? Do you think they're like do you think they're hippies, or do you think they're more like a Burning Man type crowd? I think more hippies than Burning Man. You know, that oven was like made out of cob or something. That's more hippie than Burning Man. Burning Man is like fucking purchase everything expensively and like haul it in so that you don't have to experience any form of like discomfort other than the fucking pain in the ass of like hauling a ton of infrastructure into a barren place and then hauling it all out, and the enormous waste of resources. I like hippies a little better. You know, like what they call wood hippies, you know, who bring as little as possible and then like make a debris shelter out of what they find. That's more my style. Whoa, what's moving around here? Oh, just a worm. Burning Man style is like, I bought a huge RV that's like as big as a house, and I bought like some kind of outdoor stove thing, and I bought a pop-up tent, and I bought a screen to put around the pop-up tent, and I bought some propane to fuel my outdoor stove, and I bought like, I don't know, all this other shit that I don't really need, that I'll only use for like a few days a year, and that will become trashed like really quickly, and then I'll have to throw it away and buy some more of it. I don't know, I'm stereotyping, I'm sorry, but you know, this is like, as I said, ew, oh, that's like gross, like bear or raccoon turd that slugs were all over. Yeah, as I said, you know, really normal default state of mind. Normal state of mind involves some like, you know, some somewhat like otherizing, you know, stereotyping at, you know, behavior. Categorizing, you know, that's how we think about the world. Normally. Yeah, sorry to be so judgmental. But sometimes it's like, you know, you go on an excursion and like you bring so much of your normal comforts with you that it seems to defeat the purpose of an excursion. And then you learn that it's actually like kind of a lot of work to bring all that stuff. And then you have to like clean it afterwards. Normal, more normal external type of thoughts for a little bit. What are we doing here? There's only 15 minutes left. I'm kind of like being guardful not to like slip into like we gotta make the most of this time type of mode. But kind of, yeah. There's some little oyster-like mushrooms, something related. How do we make the best of this time? What is the best, what would be the best? Probably just to be okay with continuing to do what we're doing. Keep walking and talking and feeling more or less content. Gnats galore. Yeah, looking forward to sitting down. What if in the very last minute of this video I went totally insane? Or what if I went insane just for like 1 minute and then went back to completely normal? That sounds kind of, I don't know. It would disturb the monolithic tone of this video. I just don't have any desire to do that. I'm just chilling. I'm YouTube's chillest personality today. I don't know, maybe not. Gnats. That's mildly unchill. The amount of gnats swarming around my head. I see a frog on that log. Dog. I'm turning into a hippie. That's not true. I couldn't possibly. Ugh. The gnats are nuts. Here's a funny sign. That's funny. I like that. Man, I'm in a swarm of insects. It's not so bad. They're not biting me. They're just buzzing around my head. I'm gonna walk a little bit faster just to make it a little harder for them. Here's a little bit of change. Walking faster. That feels totally different from this whole episode. Only in the last 9 minutes. Buzz off. I'm unchill. Let me be chill. Don't introduce any element of drama into this video, mosquitoes. You'll ruin it for everyone. Now you'll make it exciting, actually. The drama will actually be the emotional payoff for having endured this much contentment. I know, it's hard, right? It's hard to endure contentment. It's like, when is something going to be fucked up in my life so that I can strive towards something, you know, strive towards a better place? It's like we need to have something fucked up in our lives just to feel familiar. It's like, you know, people get used to having like a fucked up like relationship, or like a really dramatic one, with lots of fighting and making up, you know, and then if they get into like an unproblematic relationship, it's like scary, you know, because it's like, if like you imagine that you just want an unproblematic relationship, but like then you find one and then it's like, see ya. Like that guy Alain de Botton said that you know, we don't actually want a healthy relationship. We just want to be made to suffer in a way that feels familiar. But like, even, you know, and that can apply to other aspects of life too. Like, you know, I've been content for this 4 hours. It's almost like, okay, some drama would be fine too, you know, at this point. So that could maybe count as drama, what I just said. Maybe. Not really. I'm not really am I emotionally involved, invested? It feels like it relates to life experience. That's true. I think it comes from life experience. These look like wine berries. And there's elderflowers back there. Yeah, this will be a variety of berries before long. Ooh. Oh, I thought it was raining for a second. You know, just like anything to disrupt this like normalcy. Is that what art is for? I think, yeah, kind of. But, you know, this is like, I don't know if this is art. But it's just like, yeah. No, this is like, yeah, this is what I said earlier, extended normalcy. It's like extend the normalcy so long that it is kind of abnormal, but it's not, you know, it's not that abnormal. It's a test for you, you know? It's a challenge for you. Can you stand it? Can you stand contentment? You know? Like, if you, like, you know, we think we want contentment. Like, can you stand it? Can you stand this expression of it? Can you experience it during this video for an extended period? Or do you actually want drama? It's okay if you do. It's fine. It's perfectly fine. You know? I appreciate drama. But I don't need it, you know? I don't think. I don't need much of it, that's for sure. Some people need a lot of it. Like, they just don't know how to operate without it. I don't know. Maybe I start to sound vindictive in a way, or maybe I'm projecting. Ooh, mulberries. The first ripe berries, I've seen this whole thing, and they're from a tree that's too high to reach, but there's one I'm gonna eat off the ground. Not the best mulberry I've had, but pretty good. Yeah, this is a little too normal for me now. It's a little too normal. But luckily we're at the end. And I can stop the video and I don't know, continue being normal, I guess. Thanks
really, really thanks for watching this, for being here with me. It's amazing. It's really amazing. You know? Four hours, like you might have skipped to the ending, but if you watch the whole thing, like you must be feeling the same kind of like I don't know what I'm feeling, like both amazement at this the kind of like uniqueness and novelty to this experience that we've had, and also just normal. I think I saw another chipmunk or something. Anyhow, www.patreon.com/Benjamin Bennett. You'll get rich by making me rich. Thanks, and see you next time. I'm sure it'll be different. All right, bye.